Good morning and welcome to Saturday Morning Matinee. And today we have a couple of crime thrillers as the main feature, two of which I consider very influential, but you shouldn't just watch them for their influence because they also are very good movies in their own right, in my opinion. They are Alfred Hitchcock's first film, The Lodger, a story of the London fog, with a silent film directed by Hitchcock and his first film he was sole director on, and He Walked by Night, a movie that inspired Jack Webb, who had a small role in it, to create his classic radio and television series Dragnet, which later also went on to have influence on everything he created, including Adam 12 and Emergency. But, as I said, they're both very good movies. But before that, we have our usual assortment of cartoons, shorts, and, of course, the third chapter of Radar Men from the Moon. So, let's start the show.
Faster than a streak of lightning, more powerful than the pounding surf, mightier than a roaring hurricane. This amazing stranger from the planet Krypton, the Man of Steel, Superman. Possessing remarkable physical strength, Superman fights a never-ending battle for truth and justice, disguised as a mild-mannered newspaper reporter, Clark Kent.
And while on a hunting, my father discovered what are now known as the Henderson Caverns. More than 40 years ago, he mysteriously disappeared while exploring them further. Recently, I found these maps and charts he left, suggesting that still greater wonders and mysteries lay beyond in this vast underground world. Now, if your paper will help finance the expedition, I will take Miss Lane and Mr. Kent with me and guarantee the Daily Planet exclusive rights to the story.
Sounds like a great story, Chief.
I'd love to go.
Well, let me see.
All right, it's a deal.
Thanks, Mr. White. We can leave immediately. Careful now. Those are explosives for the blasting we'll have to do. We're shoving off, Kent. Meet you in the Blue Grotto.
So long, Clark.
See you later, Lois.
Beautiful.
According to the map, this next grotto is the furthest any man has ever been.
Is that to be our society?
That's right.
With dynamite.
Look at the statue above his head. Why, the resemblance is remarkable. Is that...
Yes, my father. But what would they be doing with a statue of him?
And the sun! And the sun! And the sun! Lois! Lois! And the sun! Lois!
Oh, no.
This is a job for Superman.
It's really a great story, Lois. But no one would ever believe it.
Good evening, dear ladies. I am the International. Come a little closer. and I will make the great love to you. Ah, your eyes are like the limpid pools, sparkling in the sunshine. And your lips, they are so red like the ruby. The flowers that bloom in the spring do not compare with your exquisite beauty.
But Olive,
Shush, Popeye. Don't interrupt the International.
but Olive, what about our date? You and me are supposed to go to the movies.
Why, that runt Popeye got here ahead of me. And now I have a surprise for you lovely ladies. One of you shall be selected to have a date with me tonight. So stay at home, for who can tell? You may be the lucky one. Good night. See you later.
Come on, Olive, let's go out.
No, Popeye. I may have a date with the International.
Good evening. Is this the residence of Mademoiselle Olive Oil?
Oh, it's the International. Oh, wow. Do come in.
I'll show Olive I can be romantical, too. Pardon me, Olive.
Mademoiselle Olive Oil, citez-vous.
Listen, Olive, you...
Ah, my cherry, nothing shall ever separate us again. Now that we are alone, I shall give you the magnificent kiss.
Olive, don't you remember? You and me has a date tonight.
Ha! You've got some nerve putting in on the International.
And now we shall take a stroll in the moonlight.
Just a minute. I got a date with Olive.
Ah, you wish to fight the duel for Mademoiselle Olive?
Okay, you asked for it.
Ooh, a duel over me? How perfectly romantical.
Have one.
Oh, thank you.
On guard.
On guard.
He's a fake! It's Pluto!
And don't forget, folks, when you goes to the polls today, a vote for Popeye means free ice cream for all the kiddies.
All right, men, step right over here and get your free cigars.
And what we needs is bigger elephants in all our zoos. Oh my gosh.
Now, just remember your old pal Bluto at the polls today, fellers. And there's an extra cigar for each and every vote you give me. Yes, sir.
And furthermore, I promises 2 cans of spinach for every pot. Here's me past record, folks, which speaks for itself.
You double-crosser. Steal my voters, will you? I'm getting that winning vote. Guess I'll do over the White House in canary with green trim.
Gets off the road, son. You're blocking traffic.
Oh, dear. I'll never finish my chores.
Miss Oil, I'd like you to vote for me for president.
If you want a good-looking guy in the White House, vote for me, babe.
I can't go to the polls till I get the wood all chopped for the winter.
No sooner said than chopped, darling.
That vote is mine.
Now will you vote for me?
Well, the field still needs plowing.
Okay, Olive. Plowing's all done. Now to the polls.
Oh, I almost forgot. That hay must be put in the hayloft.
The chores are all finished, Olive. Shall we goes to the polls?
Popeye, I'm casting my vote for you.
Let's go, Toots. You're voting for me.
You, I'm not voting for.
Oh, yes, you are.
gosh.
Oh, what's the matter?
Look.
So what?
Well, let's go roller skating.
Oh, I can skate.
Well, I'll teach you. It's easy. Hey, Olive, look.
Even little children can skate.
Oh, yeah, it's easy, all right. Well, I'll take Manila.
Well, I'll take you skating.
Hey, Olive, come on back. Now, don't run out on me. I know you're a good skate. Now, come on, let's go in. We wants to rent some skates.
Yeah, we does.
What size? What size? Anybody knows that. That's crazy. I do. Ooh, boy. A flit Fuji.
I'd take a 3.5, but an 8 feels so good.
So I better get 12s, huh? Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
Make a fist.
She's got a hand like a 1.5 feet. There we are.
How do you play this game?
Oh, it's just like London Bridge falling down, that's all.
Oh.
Here we are.
Should I count 10?
No, we ain't out on the floor yet, though.
Oh, I see. Oh, well,
Yep. Oh, oh.
you,
Hey, take it easy,
you better
Olive.
hold on to me, Papa, because
Yep.
you know.
Now, take it easy, Olive.
see that.
I'm nervous. I know.
Now, you stand right here, and I'll show you the first thing to do. Here we go. There we are.
Let me go. Popeye, I just look at me. I gotta get out of this. I'm gonna go home. I can't.
Olive, you started out on the wrong feet, that's all. You'll like it after you learn how. Look at all them other people having fun. Follow me. I'll show you. Hey, somebody turn down the lights. Hey, wait. Oh, I can't see where you're going, Olive. There's no light. That's pretty good, Olive, but you gotta keep it up. Now watch me. Here we go. The three-wheeling, Olive. Now you try it.
Oh, me? Here goes.
Look out, Olive. Don't tell me I left it home. I always had every other picture this way. Is there any spinach in the house?
Here we are, Popeye!
Hey, Olive, where are you? What happened? I got... Are you hurt?
Let's do it again. My heart's palpitating whenever I'm skating with Popeye the Sailor. Oh, that's nothing. Say something? All right. Oh, sugar. Oh, that's what I mean, you sugar. I'll come and claim you, sugar. Sugar, don't change your mind. Daddy, 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 you're not that kind. Daddy, 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 you're so refined. Daddy, 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 sugar. Sugar, I can't wait. Let me out, sugar. Let me out. Sugar, sugar, drop in my old arms and sweeten the day for me. What a did with a did. Tell me, honey? All right. Oh, sugar. Oh, that's what I need, you sugar. I'll come and play you, sugar. Let me out. You're not that kind. You're so fine, sugar. I can't wait so long. Sugar, drop in my old arms and sweeten the day for me. That's all, folks.
Where the honeysuckle vine, where the honeysuckle vine finds itself around the door, a sweetheart mine is waiting patiently for me. So please come back to Sunnybrook Farm, back to the farm.
The typical American farm presents many interesting sights. This show horse is the pride of the farm and the winner of many blue ribbons. He is trained to perform in every gait. First, let's see you do a trot. Now the gallop. That's fine. Now do a canter.
I'm happy about the whole thing. The way that you walk, the way that you talk.
Hey, that's enough of that. Here we find the farmer's faithful old watchdog. Though he is no longer very active, he still does a few little odd jobs around the house. One of his chores is to fetch the newspaper. Oh, there's the paper now.
I can hardly wait to see what happened to Dick Tracy.
Here is a group of cute little piggies playing in the Well, what are they up to? They seem fascinated by that clock. Oh well. Here's a proud mother hen, carefully watching over her eggs, anxiously awaiting the eventful day. What a happy little family this will be. What's this? A weasel. the ruthless thief of the barnyard, watching his chance to sneak in and steal those defenseless little eggs. He draws closer, and closer, and closer.
Don't ever do that!
In the nearby trees, we find many species of bird life. The birds always... Oh, look up there. No, over to the left. See? A little owl nestling inside the tree trunk. Here's an interesting sight. A young couple laboriously building their nest with a bit of string from here and a piece of straw from there. A little twig, a bit of string, piece of straw, a little twig, a bit of string, piece of straw, a little twig, bit of string, piece of straw, a little twig, string, straw, twig, string, straw, twig, string, straw, twig, string, straw, twig. At the edge of the woods, field mice make their home. Here we see one of the most common types. Say, he seems to be a bit worried. Tell me, little fellow, what seems to be troubling you?
I don't know, Doc. I just keep hearing things.
Another familiar sight around the farm is the grasshopper. Here's one. Hippity-hop, hippity-hop, hippity-hop. As you all know, the grasshopper chews tobacco-like substance. And human-like in his actions, he not only chews, but spits out the fluid. Watch. He's chewing. He draws back, and there...
Sorry, folks, the Hayes office won't let me do it.
Even the tiniest of insects, such as the ants, have a language all their own. Emerging from the opening comes a female of the species. If you listen very closely, you can hear her calling to her young.
Coming, Mother!
The modern farm is conducted on a business like... Well, here are those little piggies again. Say, piggies, why don't you go off and play? Oh, well, suit yourself. Here is one of the strangest friendships that has ever been known. Natural enemies, yet living together as friends. A cat and a mouse. Tell me, is it true that the cat takes good care of you? And keeps you nice and warm? Well, that's truly a friendship. Now, before we leave you, is there anything that you would like to say to your friends in the audience?
Get me out of here!
And so, as the day draws to a close, and the sun sinks slowly in the west, we reluctantly take our leave of the farm. Well, the piggies again. Are they going to stay there all night? What in the world can the attraction be?
Dinner time!
Oh, dear, every day it's the same thing.
From the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C.
Come away with me, Lucille, in my merry Oldsmobile. You can go as far as you like with me in my merry Oldsmobile.
Shame on you.
We'll see.
Oh, dear.
Oh, some pippin.
Oh,
Well, yes, I think I'll just swing right in here. Oh,
yes, we girls have our troubles. Just fits.
What are you looking at? Oh, pardon me.
Open the door. Open up the door. Open it. Open.
Who's there?
Open. It's I.
Oh, it's you. Oh,
Arr.
oh.
Come away with me, Lucille, in my great big automobile. Down the road of life we'll fly, automobiling, you and I. To the church we'll swiftly steal, then our wedding bells will peal. You can go as far as you like with me in my great big automobile.
Oh, my operation. Go away, you big baboon, or I'll knock you for a row of loops and make it soon. You're the type that should be taken out and drowned. You give me an awful pain when you're around. When I want to take a little auto ride around the town, I'll pick out the kind of guy who doesn't always try to clown. You can pack your little trunk and get in that rusty pile of junk that you try to pass off as an automobile. Come on. I have my Oldsmobile outside.
Many people thought the automobile would never replace the horse, but it certainly took the place of the parlor sofa on a Sunday afternoon. Those old cars looked funny, but they struggled along in spite of the horse laughs. Let's all sing about the old olds that's still rolling right along. Now follow the ball.
Young Johnny Steele has an Oldsmobile. He loves a dear little girl. She is the queen of his gas machine. She has his heart in a whirl. Now when they go for a spin, you know, she tries to learn the auto. So he lets her steer while he gets her ear and whispers soft and low. Come away with me, Lucille, in my merry Oldsmobile. Down the road of life we'll fly, automobiling, you and I. To the church we'll swim. an Oldsmobile. He loves a dear little girl.
And a girl.
She is the queen of his gas machine. She has his heart in a whirl. Now when they go for a spin, you know, she tries to learn the art or so. She lets her steer while he gets her ear and whispers soft and low. Come away
with me, Lucille.
in my merry Oldsmobile. Down the road of life we'll fly, automobile coupling, you and I, through the church we'll swiftly steal.
Hey.
Then our wedding bells will peal. You can go as far as you like with me in my merry Oldsmobile.
Okay. I pronounce you man and wife. Come on, go to it. No biting in the clutches there.
In my merry Oldsmobile.
Red Shoes, daring the original musical that captures all the glamour of the south of France in exquisite technicolor, blending compelling beauty and high drama with a love story of sheer enchantment, assembling a cast of international stars to endow an enthralling film with their rich vitality, and making the outstanding debut of this or any other year, a lovely red-headed girl graced with all the talents, Moira Shearer.
To know where we are. Gaucher! Go!
I thought once, Mr. Lermontov, that there would be no room in my life for anything but dancing.
You will think so again, my dear.
You're jealous of her.
Yes, I am. But in the way that you will never understand.
Well, Vicky,
Julian, I love you.
but you love that more.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. To a great many people, autumn means just one thing, hunting. Well, that's what it meant to me when I headed for a town called Indian Rapids. Tonight's story began early one morning when I was out in the woods trying to bring down my first deer, along with several hundred other hunters.
Steve, you see that buck a couple of hundred yards down the valley? Steve? Steve! Sheriff! Sheriff!
What is it, Bill?
Steve, he's been shot.
What? Steve.
No use, Sheriff. He's dead. But you think these sportsmen who call themselves hunters would know the difference between a deer and a hunter?
Buck fever. That's when they get when they come up here. They see something move and they blaze away. Got any idea where the shot came from?
Oh, they're blazing all over the area.
Good morning. Hey, what happened?
Some sportsman made a slight mistake. He shot.
What?
Fine man and a fine deputy. Killed by criminal carelessness.
Oh, I don't see why we had to come out here and help the game warden for anyway. We didn't even...
Take it easy, Bill. I know he was your best friend, but what's done is... What's your name, mister?
Ellery Queen.
Take his rifle, Bill. How many shells are on?
Oh, just one, Sheriff.
When did you fire it?
Well, just now, a minute ago.
Where were you standing?
I'm back there, about 100 yards.
Which direction did you fire?
Toward the stream.
Oh, then he could have been in your line of fire.
The fourth fatal accident we've had this year. We're getting sick of you guys coming up here
bullet
shooting.
didn't come from my gun, Sheriff. Couldn't. I had a buck lined up in my sight.
Did you get him?
No, I must have been a little anxious. I saw him move on.
We're taking you back to town with us.
But I tell you, there was nothing in my line of vision.
Maybe not. Until we get the bullet out of him and get a ballistics check, You're coming with us.
I guess your name just didn't register on us in all that excitement, Mr. Queen. You know, my wife read all your books while she was in the hospital.
Hospital?
Yeah, she had an operation about a month ago. Oh, she's all right now. She asked me to bring you home for dinner tonight.
Well, I don't think I'd be a very good guest until I find out about this accident.
Yeah, sure, I understand.
Oh.
Well, look, if you change your mind, will you let me know?
Yeah, thanks, Bill.
All right, fine. See you later.
Go on.
See you later, Sheriff.
Sheriff, how much longer are we going to have to wait for that coroner's report?
I'll check with him. Give me the coroner's office. Is the coroner there? It's Sheriff Shaw speaking. I'll wait.
Evening, Sheriff.
What are you doing in my office, Haddon?
Well, I stopped in to see why you asked the game warden and turned down my application for a hunting license this year.
Because I don't want you in this county.
Oh, pay my taxes.
I'll pay them someplace else. Hello.
Say, aren't you the Haddon who owns a couple of nice spots in New York City?
I suppose I know you?
Probably not, but you might know my father, Inspector Queen, homicide.
Oh, so you're his son. I heard about you killing that guy this morning.
Oh, you did, huh? What are you doing around here, Haddon?
Well, after your old man tried to pin that phony murder rap on me 2 years, I got myself a hunting lot. It's a great life. Nothing to do but hunt, fish.
Gamble?
I wouldn't think of it, Mr. Queen. You know, this shooting ought to be a great help to your career. Famous crime writer kills to get authentic touch.
That's very funny, Haddon.
Should help your old man around headquarters, too. After all, how many inspectors of homicide have a killer for a son?
Let him go, Mr. Queen. You'll only get your hands filthy. I told you last year, Haddon, if I ever caught you operating a game...
Scaring me, Sheriff.
So help me if I catch you.
I haven't killed anybody. Well, if you change your mind about that hunting license...
I'm not changing my mind.
No harm in asking. Hope you sleep well tonight, Mr. Queen.
Don't let him throw you. Well, Mr. Queen, the coroner found no bullet in Steve's body.
Oh, then it's impossible to prove anything.
It was a high-velocity deer rifle. Went right through.
I was counting on a ballistics check.
Well, we questioned 20 other hunters in this area this morning. So far, we can't prove anything one way or the other.
I wonder why Haddon was interested enough to drop in here. Been having any trouble with him, Sheriff?
Well, he tried to run his floating crap game on us a couple of times. But every time we raided, he was in another state.
Well, would it pay him to run a gambling joint in a small town like Indian Rapids?
Well, we're close to a couple of big cities. It's a short drive.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Queen, as far as this case is the office is concerned, the case is closed. Why don't you just forget about it and go on home?
No, I can't go back to New York till I find out about this.
Darling, did you mail that thank you letter to your Uncle Bob?
I sure did, honey.
Well, thank goodness one of us has a relative who can afford my operation. The spoon goes on the other side of the knife.
You're getting better again. You know, that's all that matters.
There's our company.
Oh, come on in, Mr. Queen. I'm glad I caught you at the sheriff's office.
Oh, it's nice of your wife to ask.
Thanks.
We're very proud to have you, Mr. Queen.
This you probably figured out is Claire.
How do you do, Miss Williams?
Will you excuse us if we sit right down? Bill doesn't have very much time for his dinner.
Oh, sure,
Sit right here. Here, let me help you. See, I'm sorry that they didn't find that bullet, Mr. Queen.
Yeah, so am I. Bill, I'd like to get hold of Steve's family. Maybe give him a little help if they need it.
Well, he didn't have any family, Mr. Queen. I suppose that's why he was so close to us for a while.
For a while?
Well, up to about 6 months ago, he practically lived with us. Then he didn't come around very much anymore. Well, he started acting strangely.
You see, Mr. Queen, Steve was a pretty moody guy. He was shot up pretty badly at Guadalcanal. Every once in a while, his arm would start to hurt him, and he... Oh, excuse me. Hello? Who? Oh, Mrs. Clark. Yeah. Well, look, I'm eating. I have company for dinner. All right, I'll take a look around.
Oh, don't tell me you can't finish your dinner.
Mrs. Clark is seeing prowlers again. Don't let this spoil your dinner, Mr. Queen. I'll be back as soon as I can.
We hardly ever get through a meal without at least one interruption.
Well, Mrs. Williams, tell me, do you remember exactly when, 6 months ago, Steve began acting strangely?
Well, not to the day or the week.
I mean, was it related to any particular incident or something that might have happened?
Not that I remember. No, wait a minute. Now that I think of it, it was just after Steve investigated the trading post.
The trading post?
It was a little nightclub just outside of town. There were rumors that it was a front for gambling.
Oh, was it?
Not according to Steve's report. He was a deputy then, and, well, he gave it a clean bill of health.
Who owned the trading post?
Oh, Mr. Andrews. Mr. Queen, you're not eating your dinner.
I'd like to meet Mr. Andrews.
Well, you can't. He was killed last spring in a hunting accident. Well, just like Steve was. They never found the bullet that killed him either.
Where'd he come from?
Chicago, I think. He never had very much to do with any of us around here.
Who runs the trading post now?
No one. They never reopened after Mr. Andrews was killed.
Mrs. Williams, would you mind if I left right after dinner? I'd like to take a look at the trading post just as soon as I can.
He thrown a 7. That's it. All right, who's the next shooter? Get your money down now, folks. Get your money down. 7 and out. 7 and out. Would you like to try your luck, son?
Yeah, sure. Give me $20 for it. $10 chips. Huh? I don't know why. Take it easy.
He threw a 7, pay the line.
Well, I feel lucky tonight. Let it ride.
Like I told you already. Where's the player?
Snake eyes. They're still yours, mister.
No, they're all yours, mister. I've had enough.
You mean you actually saw gambling at the trading post, Mr. Queen? Well, we'll have to tell Bill as soon as he gets in.
Well, maybe he already knows about it.
Oh, no, he always tells me everything. Have you told the sheriff yet?
No, not yet. Mrs. Williams, did your husband ever mention a man named Tim Haddon?
Oh, the gambler? Bill thought he ought to be thrown out of the county.
Well, did he ever say anything about meeting him for any reason at all?
Meet him? What are you trying to say, Mr. Queen?
Well, I want to be absolutely sure before I go to the sheriff.
Sure about what? You're holding something back from me, Mr. Queen.
Mrs. Williams.
You saw Bill in that place, didn't you? He was gambling. Look, you have to tell me about it. I have to know.
Well, I saw him there. He wasn't gambling. But he was with Haddon, and they seemed pretty friendly. Now, I only tell you this in the hope that we can find some explanation.
Well, I don't believe it. Why would Bill get mixed up with a gambler?
Well, when a police officer gets mixed up with a racketeer, generally protection money is paid.
You're implying that Bill took money. Here's his bank book. You can see every deposit he's ever made, including the money he borrowed from his uncle to pay for the operation.
When did he borrow this $3,000?
A month ago. You're not thinking that...
I'm afraid I am, Mrs. Williams.
Well, I'll call his uncle. I've got his number. Long distance, please. Albany, New York. Albany 3210.
I'm sorry about this.
I'll show you. Bill's never lied to me in his life. Hello? Albany 3210. I'd like to speak to Mr. Robert Tucker, please. Would you mind repeating that? Oh, I see.
What is it?
He died in California a year ago.
Now, Miss Williams, take it easy. Take it easy.
If Bill took that money, it's only because I was so sick.
I'm sure of it.
So please, don't do anything until you hear from Bill.
No, I don't intend to. But you've got to promise not to say anything about this because I want a chance to talk to him myself first. And if Bill will help us expose this racket.
Promise anything, Mr. Queen. Promise anything.
Hadn't actually had the guts to come back and open up another of his games. How's come his cross his place, Mr. Queen?
Well, I heard that the owner of the trading post has been killed in a hunting accident. Like Steve.
That's right. Andrews. You mean you think Steve's death was related to his?
Oh, he handled an investigation of the trading post, didn't he?
Yeah. Here's his report. You mean you think the place was in operation all the time and Steve was on the payroll?
Could be.
No. I've known Steve since he was a kid.
Evening, Sheriff. Hi, Mr. Queen. Sorry I couldn't get back for dinner. Mrs. Clark's hearing prowlers again. What's the matter? Something up?
Plenty. Mr. Queen tells me that Haddon's operating again at the trading post this time.
Haddon wouldn't open after all those warnings. It's not that I doubt your word, Mr. Queen, but just how do you know?
Well, I was there myself an hour ago.
That's information enough for me. Get Hank and Joe Potter and 5 or 6 of the other boys. Tell them I'm deputizing them for the night.
Right, Sheriff.
After we pull Haddon in, it'll be very interesting to find out exactly how he spent this morning.
Yeah, that was my thought, too, Sheriff. Incidentally, if you're short-handed, I'll be glad to go along with you.
I can always use an extra hand. Sheriff Shaw speaking. Oh, well, didn't Bill show up, Mrs. Clark? That's strange. No, I won't be able to spare another man until morning. Yeah, well, call back if you hear the prowler again. Seems like Bill just breezed right in and out of her house. Oh, I'm swearing in the deputies at 10:30. See you here then.
I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Well, I got your message, Haddon. What do you want?
My $3 grand worth of information. What's new around the sheriff's office, Bill?
Not a thing.
There's rumors around town the boys are being deputized. Why?
Oh, maybe they're going to try and find Steve's killer.
Like I told you once tonight, Bill, don't get nervous just because Steve was in an accident.
Yeah, and I told you if I ever found that it wasn't an accident...
Well, if it wasn't, who knew better than you? Now, why the deputized? Want me to talk to your wife?
Okay, Haddon. They're going to raid your place tonight.
Who took them off?
That writer, Ellery Queen.
thought so. Bill, you want to wipe off the rest of that $3,000 debt?
The sooner the better.
Okay. You get rid of this guy, Queen. Permanently.
What are you talking about?
Well, a guy like Ellery Queen can't afford to get involved in something like this, so he asks questions. Maybe he won't stop until he has all the answers.
You want me to murder?
The guy with the badge doesn't have to murder. He can shoot somebody by mistake. Line of duty.
What do you think I am?
Now, here's how you do it. Queen will be along on that raid tonight.
Look, will you get on there before
You figured out what's going to happen to your wife? If Queen comes up with the answers? How long's she going to enjoy her health when she finds out her husband's a crook? She's not well yet, Bill. How's she going to support herself while you're in jail?
You boys got the side windows covered, Hank? How about the back entrance, Bill?
Joe and Frank are taking care of those, Sheriff.
Okay, Mr. Queen.
Okay.
Smash it in, Bill. Who's kidding who?
Here's the light switch, Sheriff.
Well, just lost in a getaway.
Who could have tipped heading off?
Well, you deputized 8 men. Your guess is as good as mine.
Yeah, not a single piece of equipment for evidence.
Well, they couldn't have moved this stuff far on such short notice. Why don't I take a look around here, Sheriff? You see Haddon, hold on to him.
Now, if he's got a rifle and no hunting license, that'd be grounds. I'll take the posse and start looking for him. He might be up at his range.
Well, look, Sheriff, why don't I stay here and help Mr. Queen?
It's a good idea. I'll see you later.
Why don't you look around up in that office, Mr. Queen, while I look at
Stop your act now, Bill.
My act? I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, I was here earlier this evening. I saw you with Haddon. I hoped that you were through with it. You wouldn't tip us off.
I think you better let me have your rifle, Mr. Queen. No, you're making me do something I told Haddon I didn't want to do.
There's still a chance for you, Bill, if you turn state's evidence.
Yeah, well, I'd rather be around to take care of my wife.
Don't be a fool. I know why you needed Haddon's money.
Yeah, well, you know too much.
Well, I know you didn't kill Steve. I know you're not a murderer.
You shut up, you hear me?
Bill, your wife loves you. She needs you. Killing me is no solution. Bill, I need your help. If you'll cooperate in trying to get Haddon and track down Steve's killer, any jury will be lenient.
Oh, I don't know. I'm all mixed up, Mr. Queen.
Listen, did Haddon kill Steve?
I don't know. Well, he had a reason.
Oh, was Steve on his payroll?
Yeah, until he threatened to go to the sheriff and tell the newspapers.
Did Steve take you to Haddon?
Yeah, when he found out I needed money for Claire's operation.
When did Haddon tell you to take care of me?
Well, it was just a couple of hours ago when he found out you were coming on this raid.
Oh, I see. So, why don't you help me get the man who killed Steve?
How long have I got to hang around here, Sheriff?
I'll let you know.
Sheriff?
Find anything, Bill?
No. No, not a thing.
Oh, that's too bad. Where's Mr. Queen?
Sheriff, I've had a terrible accident.
An accident? What happened?
I killed Mr. Queen.
You what?
Yeah, well, it was about a half an hour ago. We were hunting around in the bushes outside for gambling equipment. Well, it was dark. I thought he was near me. I heard a sound in the distance, and I guess I got nervous. I fired twice.
And he got Queen. Isn't that too bad?
Look, it was an accident, Sheriff. I swear it was.
I'm sure it was. It's manslaughter, just the same. I'll have to hold you, Bill.
Well, I guess that takes care of your case against me. No witness. Can I go now?
Sheriff Shaw speaking. Who? Oh, hello. Can I give him a message? Mm-hmm. Yes, I'll tell him. That was your wife, Bill.
Claire? Well, what'd she want, Sheriff?
She said something very interesting.
Oh, well, what was that?
Wants to know if you're still counting on Mr. Queen over at the house for a late snack. She just saw him go into his hotel not 5 minutes ago.
That's very interesting.
Oh, no, she couldn't have seen Mr. Queen. He's dead. I killed him.
What's the gag, Bill?
Hey.
Double-crossed me, huh? You and Queen had a plan, only your wife just loused it up for you now.
Now, wait a minute. What is this, Sheriff? You gonna hold a gun on me while this stud beats me up?
That's right.
Wait a minute. Hey, you mean that you two have been working together?
Let's say he's been working for me.
You mean you own those gambling joints you ordered him to shoot Steve?
It's easier to do my own shoot.
Andrews, too?
Yes, Andrews, too. I offered to buy him out. He turned me down. Andrews. And Steve. And now you.
No, wait a minute. Sheriff, you can't get away with this. How are you going to explain my death?
Simple. Your conscience bothered you and you committed suicide. With you gone and no gambling equipment, there's only Mr. Queen's word. They can't convict even Haddon on that. So long, Bill.
Bill. Oh, Mr. Queen's plan worked.
Oh, honey, your phone call came just the right time.
Now, what is this?
Well, we'd always give you a chance to talk, Sheriff. I knew you were involved when Haddon found out I was going along on the raid.
Well, you heard it from Bill.
Oh, no, he didn't. He couldn't. You and I were here alone. Remember when we made the arrangements? When you got that call from Mrs. Clark?
How could we ever thank you, Mr. Queen?
Well, let's find out how Bill makes out with the jury first. I'm sure they'll appreciate what he's done.
The preceding program, originally telecast by ABC in New York, has come to you by special video recording. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Tarzan, what am I doing here? Alone? With you? Perhaps I better not think too much about that. Not a bit afraid. Not a bit sorry.
Coming up underneath you.
Look out! He's going under your raft!
Watch out, folks!
a true story. Perhaps I am wrong in telling it to you. For the most of our story, it will be a large and beautiful house. It is of the governess in this household, I will tell you. In the bag she carried was a letter of recommendation from her last employer. She could not know into what unexpected adventure the letter would carry her.
You'd not enter this household of your own free will. I could tell you things. So many things. Run. Run out of this house for your life.
What intrigue there is beneath your mask of innocence.
If you could only see yourself as I know you can be, Henriette. Proud, ashamed of nothing.
Can't you understand that it is possible to love honestly?
And if it had been only 1 hour or 1 minute, it would have been worth throwing away everything for. I know what I'm asking. I know the slights and humiliation you will have to put up with.
You shouldn't be yielding against my better judgment.
Beloved as you are in this house is above all bargains.
How dared you entice him to come to you here, to confess that you and he, to admit openly without delicacy that you... Why do you stop? There is evil in this house, but it was here before I came. It was not I who brought it. Don't you know what they're saying about me?
It will make no difference.
You are a fool.
Oh, we do hope you'll like it. Oh, yes, mademoiselle.
Love to Mademoiselle. Isabelle, Louise, Berthe, Renat.
We got it so you'd always remember today and us. But it was for the new mademoiselle. Because she has pink ribbons in her bonnet.
Look, mademoiselle. There on the left. Suppose some night you saw that passage lighted. Could you share your feelings then?
I haven't the least idea what you're talking about.
Deep in our hearts, we've known that if ever you go away, I will go too.
You are desperate. Yes, I too am desperate. It would be so easy to do something we would both regret.
Within 3 days, the dead will destroy all the living. I am from another planet, outside your galaxy.
I'm sorry, I just don't understand.
Unless Earth surrenders in 24 hours, we will begin a mass invasion. We are invisible. We are invisible, Adam Penner. You cannot see us.
From outer space come the invisible invaders, living dead men threatening to destroy all life on Earth.
Program.
Rochester, how's everything going?
Oh, I'm almost finished.
Yeah, you know, this might be a very interesting program. I mean, imagine the studio doing a whole hour television show about the story of my life, you know?
Boss, there's so many celebrities in Hollywood. How come they picked you?
I wasn't exactly their first choice, you see, but they found out that mine was the only life they wouldn't have to censor. Darn it. Well, let's see what you've got this written already, huh? Let's see. Oh, for heaven's sake, Rochester, look at the way you're... Some of the words are so light I can hardly read them.
Boss, I've been asking for 2 years to buy a new ribbon.
Why should I buy a new ribbon?
Because pulling the old one out and dipping in grape juice is ridiculous.
Look, just hit the keys a little bit harder, and everything will be all right. Gosh, I'm really excited about this story. The Life of Jack Benny, Scene 1. The waiting room of the Waukegan Maternity Hospital. Suddenly, the door leading from the delivery room opens, and the doctor steps into the room. Jack's father, excitedly grabbing the doctor by the lapel, says, "Doctor, doctor, what is it?" The doctor says, "It's a boy." Jack's father, "A boy? That's wonderful. I'll call him Jackie. How much do I owe you?" Doctor says, "Nothing. Jackie already paid me." Rochester, this isn't the way I wrote it. I mean, who put that in?
I did. I thought it might be better if we start with a laugh.
Look, the programs don't always have to start with a laugh. All they have to do is be interesting.
We were interesting with our last sponsor, and he dropped us.
Oh, Rochester, answer that, will you? I got to go and put my coat on, and I've got to go down to the studio and cast this show, you know, for my life.
Oh, Mr. Wilson, come on in.
Hello, Rochester. Benny here?
Oh, yeah, he's here.
Hey, what's going on here?
Oh, I'm just typing the story of Mr. Benny's life.
Oh, yes. He told me all about it. Well, let's see what he has here. Well, he starts out from the time he was born, and
Then when he started to go to school. When I was 8 years old, I received my first violin. 2 years later, I left Waukegan to attend the conservatory in Chicago. Rochester, do you think Mr. Benny really attended the conservatory?
He must have, because nobody can conserve like he does without taking lessons.
Hi, Don.
Oh, hello, Jack. I've just been looking over the script Rochester's been typing.
Oh, the story of my life, huh?
Yeah. Do you mention me in it?
Oh, for heaven's sake, Don. Do I mention you in it? Well, naturally. I mean, and the way I dramatize it. Oh, it's just beautiful. I tell about the first time you came to work for me, the early days of radio, you know? Remember years ago, you worked for me then, and I remember when you first started, I gave you $5 a week and your meals. Remember that?
Yeah. Gosh, I wish I had that deal again.
Well, you're not going to get it, brother. I'll get it, Russ.
Telegram for Mr. Jack Benny.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. See who this is from. Oh, Don, it's from the mayor of my hometown, Waukegan, Illinois. You know, this is an answer to a letter I sent him. You see, I want him to be on this television show about my life. See
Oh,
what he
no
says?
kidding.
Yeah. It says, Dear Mr. Benny, it is a great honor and privilege to represent the city of Waukegan in the story of your life. To assist me in formulating a suitable speech, Mr. Benny, please send me the following information. When were you born in Waukegan? How long did you live here? When did you leave? And what type of business are you in?
Oh, Jack, he doesn't even know you.
He does, too. I mean, he was always a great kidder, this fella. Well, I have no answer, so you may go. What are you waiting for?
Well, I don't like to mention it, but when one delivers a telegram, it's customary for one to get a tip.
Oh, of course. I'm sorry.
The amount you may choose to give me is entirely up to you.
Yes, I know, of course.
In a matter like this, why, I wouldn't want to influence you in any way.
No, I understand that.
Do you mind if I use your phone for just a minute?
No, go right ahead.
Well, thank you very much.
Let's see. Change. I thought I had smaller change than this.
Hello, Martha. This is Hyman. How's Grandma feeling? Not any better, huh? Well, what can we do? I know. Can't afford to buy medicine for the baby either. Martha, if we spend that money for medicine, we won't be able to buy any food. Huh? What? The landlord was over? What'd he say? He's only going to give us 2 more days. Well, I'll try to see what I can do, Martha. Keep up your courage.
Boy, control yourself. Oh, I'm terribly sick. Control yourself. Here's the tip.
Oh, gee, thank you, mister. Oh, no. For a lousy dime, I just wasted a routine I could have sold to Betty Davis.
How do you like that?
Jack, you only gave him a dime?
He didn't go to conservatory for nothing.
Rochester, please. Now, Don, I hate to have to leave you like this, but I must get down to the studio and cast the show.
All right.
I want to get the right people in.
Go right ahead. See you later.
Bye. Good morning, Miss Gordon.
Several people are waiting in the outer office in answer to your casting call.
Oh, wonderful. Now, you step out there, and will you send them in as I asked for them?
Yes, I made a list of the characters that you have to cast. Looks like it's going to be an expensive show.
Let's see, an actor to play my father, an actress to play my mother, an actor to play the doctor, someone to play me when I was a little boy. This will be expensive. Let's see, who can I eliminate here? Well, here.
Well, Mr. Benny, you've scratched out the doctor. Aren't you going to hire an actor to play the part of the doctor?
No, I'll send for a real one and charge it to my hospital plan. Now, Miss Gordon, will you please send whoever's out there to audition the part of my father?
Yes, Mr. Benny.
I hope you have someone.
Yes, we have.
Okay, good.
Won't you come in, sir?
Oh, I did it, sir. I did it. Sit right down here. Now, do you understand you're here to audition the part of my father? And you are about his height. I mean, you could play the part, I imagine. What's your name?
Kevin O'Houlihan.
Next. Well, I'm sorry, but don't feel too bad about it. You know, Barry Fitzgerald wouldn't get the part either. Neither would Sesha Hayakawa, so don't. Maybe some other time, eh? Fine. Goodbye.
Mr. Benny, there are no other actors here to audition for the part of your father.
Oh, well, let's see. Who do we have to have next here, then? Let me see. Oh, I'll tell you. Oh, I want, have you got a girl to play the part of Mildred Holmquist?
Mildred Holmquist?
Yes. Oh, she's the girl I first went with, my first sweetheart, in Waukegan, Illinois. And she, well, she wasn't too pretty, but there was something about her that attracted me to her, you know. And of course, she was much younger than I am. Is there anyone, have you anyone to play that?
Yes, one. I'll send her in.
Fine, thank you. Let's see.
Oh, won't you come in, please?
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Hello. Hello.
Would it be all right if I sat down?
Well, you know that dress better than I do. Sit right here. Sit right down there.
I understand that I'm to audition for the part of your first girlfriend.
Yes. Her name was Mildred Holmquist.
Well, am I the type?
No, but I can rewrite the part. You know, Mildred Holmquist, this is, you know, this girl that I used to go with. She was rather pretty, and she, well, I don't know. We went together for a long time, you know, and I don't know. I'll never forget the first time she ever kissed me. Gosh, it was so exciting, you know. Gosh, I never will forget it, I think.
Did she kiss you like this?
Hello? No, you can't talk to him now. He's reminiscing. Yes, I'll be glad to tell him when he comes to.
Well, Mr. Benny, do I get the part?
You'd get the part if your name was Kevin O'Houlihan. The only thing is, you know, it is a rather difficult role, and I think we should rehearse every day.
Well, I don't think that's too necessary. I've been doing this type of thing quite often.
Well, I know, but I haven't. Well, anyway, you'll be absolutely wonderful in it. And you're really suited to the part, and thank you. Goodbye.
Mr. Benny, this is your office.
Oh! Anyway, I'll see you at the rehearsal, eh?
All right.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Bye.
Goodbye. Well. Oh, Miss Gordon. Miss Gordon.
Yes, Mr. Benny.
I've cast the part of my sweetheart, Mildred Holmquist. The young lady who was just in here is going to play it.
Can she act, or am I clouding the issue?
She'll be fine. Now, let's see, who else do we have to cast? Oh, I have to have someone to play me as a little boy, you see, and then an elderly lady to play the part of my mother.
Well, which one would you like to cast first?
Maybe the elder lady first, for my mother. Is there someone out there?
Yes, Mr. Benny.
Okay.
Won't you come in, please?
How do you do?
How do you do?
Sit right down here. As you know, you're going to audition to play the part of my mother in this, eh?
Yes, that's right. And I feel I can play the part very well, because I came from Waukegan, too.
Oh, really? Yeah, I didn't know that. What's your name?
Mildred Holmquist.
Mildred, don't you remember me?
Why, Dinky Benny!
Yeah! Mildred, it's so good to see you again. Oh, what are you doing in Los Angeles?
I'm visiting my grandchildren.
Oh, for heaven's sake, isn't that wonderful? Well, I'm going to tell you something. You've got the part. Oh. You're going to play the part of my mother, and you'll be just great in it, too. And I'll see you at rehearsal.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you.
Oh, by the way, Mildred, remember the first time I asked your father for your hand?
Yes. I had $1 in it.
Goodbye. Gosh, it's hardly changed a bit. Miss Gordon, will you send in the little boy now, please?
Mr. Benny, this is Jimmy Evans. He's been in pictures and on television.
Oh, hello, Jimmy.
Hi.
Sit down.
Thank you.
Now, Jimmy, you know the part that I'm casting, do you?
Yes, sir. I'm supposed to play the part of you when you were a little boy.
That's right. That's exactly it. And I'll bet you'll be wonderful in it.
Thank you.
Naturally, before we sign the contract, we would have to discuss salary. You see? Is your mother or father here with you?
No, sir. They're not here.
Oh, they're not. I see. Well, there you are. Now, Jimmy, as to salary...
You'll have to discuss that with my agent.
Wait a minute. You have an agent?
Yes, sir. And he's here with me.
Your agent is here with you?
Yes, sir.
Miss Gordon, will you please send in Jimmy's agent?
This way, sir.
You're Jimmy's agent?
Yes, sir. The name is Harry Johnson.
Now, how do you do, Mr. Johnson?
You sit over there. I'll take over now.
Isn't he cute? Well, Mr. Johnson.
Now, Mr. Benny, I understand you want to use my client on one of your television shows.
That's right. That's right, I do. He's supposed to play me as a little boy. And now, you being his agent, what do you think I should pay him? I mean, what do you think would be a fair salary?
$2,000.
$2,000?
You still think I'm cute? Don't stand there bleeding. Say something.
Oh, wait a minute. I think $2,000 is a lot of money.
Well, he's been in television all his life.
All his life?
I was born on the medic program.
I still think that $2,000 is too much money.
Well, that's his salary. You know, these kids can't live on lollipops.
Well, now, wait a minute. In the first place, I don't think the part is big enough to pay $2,000.
Well, while you're thinking, do you mind if I look over the clauses in the contract?
No, I got it here somewhere. Let's see. Oh, here.
Thank you.
There it is, right there. What's the matter?
Same old legal mumbo-jumbo. Now, Mr. Benny, I'd like to add a few things to this contract.
Yeah?
Anytime my client rehearses for over 4 hours, I want him paid time and a half.
Time and a half?
And should rehearsal go beyond 6 o'clock, then you have to pay for his dinner.
What are you talking about?
Also taxi fare to and from the studio.
Now, wait a minute. First, you want $2,000 for this kid's appearance. Then you want me to pay overtime, and then his food, and his taxi bill. Well, let me tell you something. You're the most grasping, greedy, conniving, miserly person I've ever met.
Well! Come on, Jimmy. We can't do any business here. Sort of think you overdid it. No, I didn't. Come on.
Wait a minute. Hold it. I just thought of something. Miss Gordon, will you please come in and witness the signing of a contract?
You see, you gotta be rough with these guys.
Well, Miss Gordon, I found the fellow to play me as a little boy.
Well, congratulations, Jimmy.
No, not him. Him!
Him? Are you sure you've cast the right boy?
Am I sure? Why, this kid could be my own flesh and blood. Come on, Harry, sign the contract. There you are.
Just call me Blue Eyes.
Okay.
Jack will be back in just a moment, but first...
Well, we finally cast everybody for my big spectacular, except the fella who's supposed to play me as I am today. Now, I brought up names like Tony Curtis, Jack Lemmon, Fabian. But they decided on Yasha Heifetz. When I say they decided, I mean Tony Curtis, Jack Lemmon, and Fabian. Good night, folks. I'll be seeing you soon.
From China and Germany, from France and England, from Russia and the United States, the world's deadliest assassins have joined forces for a single sinister purpose. Who brought them together and why?
I brought them together to destroy the most dangerous man in the world. That incredible idiot. That stumbling, bumbling menace to society. Inspector Jacques Clouseau.
He's back again. Peter Sellers as Inspector Clouseau.
Mark my words, Francois. Sinister forces are at work.
In his latest, greatest, most baffling case, the Pink Panther strikes again.
I expect you're all wondering why I asked you here.
The fate of the world is in his hands. But Clouseau is no ordinary man.
That is why I have always failed where others have succeeded.
Never before have his senses been sharper. His reflexes quicker. His tactics trickier. His disguises so ingenious.
I am André Beteur, mustard salesman from Dijon.
It's Dr. Schertz from the village.
Never before has his mind been more brilliant.
But that's a priceless Steinway.
Not anymore.
His women more beautiful.
Do you think that you could fall in love with an ex-Russian agent?
His enemies more evil.
No.
Behind the walls of this ancient fortress, a madman has created a doomsday machine.
Ignition!
He has threatened to destroy the world. Unless the world destroys Clouseau.
It's Clouseau! Kill him!
Could it be possible? Can it be true? Will this be the end of the world's greatest detective? You'll find out when the Pink Panther strikes again.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to see is true.
The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
It was Tuesday, December 14th. We were working the day watch out of Bunko Division. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Steve. My name's Friday. A gang of petty swindlers had set up operations in the city. We knew they were experienced. We knew they were cunning. They worked fast. We had to stop them.
Joe?
Yeah.
It's Miss Bergstrom. You spoke to her on the phone last night?
Oh, yeah, sure.
It's my partner, Sergeant Friday, miss.
How do you do?
Glad to know you. These are the things you told me about, are they?
Yes, here they are.
Sure make them look nice, don't they?
Yeah.
Let me take the back off the watch for you. You can see for yourself, Sergeant.
It's just junk. Nothing inside. Doesn't look like it's worth 15 cents.
He charged me $48 for that watch. He said it was wholesale. He wasn't making any profit on it. He told me he was doing it because he'd known Harry so well. Nothing inside. Just an empty case.
Well, how about the pen and pencil set, miss?
Just as bad. The pen's just a shell. Won't even write. Same with the pencil. I paid him $30 for them.
Mm-hmm. This engraving on the pen with love from Harry?
That's Harry, the boy I was engaged to. That's how the man got me interested to start with. He came to my house and gave them to me. The watch and the pen and pencil. He said Harry had ordered them as presents for me.
I see.
I just had to cry when he brought them. Poor Harry.
When did this man come to your home, Miss Bergstrom?
Yesterday morning. I guess I should have been more careful, but I didn't think anybody would do a thing like that.
What kind of a story did he give you?
Well, he came to the door and told me his name was Spencer. He said Harry had ordered these things as presents for me, and that Harry had told him to deliver them to my house. The watch looked beautiful in the case. I didn't know anything was wrong.
I see. Would you go on, please?
He told me it was a special order. He said Harry had written him from overseas the week before. Well, he said he hoped the engraving was all right. The way Harry wrote, he wanted it in his letter. I just couldn't take it. I cried.
This man, he pretended to be a close friend of Harry's, huh?
Yes, that's why I showed him the letter. The one Harry's folks got from the government about him being killed overseas.
When did you receive that letter, Miss Bergstrom?
2 days before, on Saturday. Harry's name was in the obituaries on Monday.
Mm-hmm. What'd the man do when you showed him the letter?
He sympathized with me, or he pretended to. I didn't think there was any trick. I didn't know anybody was that low. The pen and pencil set looked a little cheap, but I wanted to keep them no matter how cheap they were. Harry's last present to me. That's what I thought.
How'd he bring up the idea of money, miss?
Well, when he was ready to leave, he told me that Harry had ordered the things on credit. He said he didn't want to mention it, but he wondered how he could get payment for the watch and the pen and pencil.
He didn't show you a bill, did he? An invoice listing the price of the watch or the engraving that was done?
No, and I didn't want him bothering Harry's mother and father at a time like this. So I borrowed some money from my dad and paid him.
$48 for the watch, $30 for the pen and pencil set.
Could you describe the man for us, Miss Bergstrom? What he looked like, clothes he was wearing?
It's right here on this slip of paper. It's all written out for you.
Thank you.
It's a terrible thing, coming right at the time of Harry's death.
Well, you're not alone, if that's any consolation. An Army widow out in Hollywood was cheated on the same kind of deal last Friday.
It's so cruel. Using a dead person's name to cheat you.
Yes, ma'am.
How could anyone get lower than that?
They keep trying. Frank and I took Miss Bergstrom's crime report. The phony watch and pen and pencil set were booked as evidence. In the past 2 weeks, we'd received half a dozen identical complaints from relatives or friends of lately deceased persons. The swindler, or con man, as he likes to be called in his trade, gets the names of lately deceased persons from the obituary column or the military casualty list in the daily newspapers. He then fixes up some cheap article of merchandise with appropriate engraving and calls on the friends and relatives of the deceased. He pretends to know nothing about the death of the person who he claims placed the order for the merchandise. In almost every case, the friend or relative agrees to pay for the articles at some exorbitant price. For the con man, it's a lucrative racket. For the public, a vicious one. Wednesday, December 15th, Frank and I looked up one of our informants, a former con man by the name of Judd Scanlon.
What do you think of it, fellas? Been in business 2 months now, doing fine. What do you think of it?
Looks great, Judd. Nice setup.
Finest baby laundry in South Los Angeles. That's what I advertise. Don't think it's too broad, do you?
We'd like to know how close you got your ear to the ground, Judd. There's a gang of bunks in town. They're working hard.
What pitch they using?
They're working the obituary columns, casualty lists. Thought you might be able to help us.
That's one thing they can never tab me for. Obituary racket. Lousiest racket there is.
Can you do anything for us?
Heard one little rumble about it. 4 or 5 boys in the con mob, that right?
We know that, Judd. Where can we look for them?
Well, as I say, when I quit the game, I quit. Oh, maybe I could take a few soundings for you. Can't promise you anything. I'm strictly on the up and up now.
Okay, Judd. You know where to get in touch with us. We'd appreciate anything you can do.
You've helped me plenty of time, fellas. Wouldn't hurt a bit to tab that bunch. Yeah, look at this. You ever seen anything so cute in your life? Real cute, huh?
That's all right. Say, Judd, could I use your phone a minute?
Oh, sure.
Thank you. Might as well check the office while we're here. "2572, please." Yes, that's right. Bunko Division. Thank you. Hi, Devetta. This is Joe Friday. Yeah, anything doing? Uh-huh. Yeah, is that right? Yeah. And what's the name? Uh-huh. I see. Yeah, you bet, John. Right. Yeah, we'll check it. Right. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Anything?
Yeah, we might have a lead on him.
What is it?
Reached a woman up in Highland Park, a Mrs. Westerly. Daughter was killed in an auto accident. Last night they came around and sold the woman a watch her daughter was supposed to have ordered. A necklace and a pen and pencil set, too. $250, usual junk.
Uh-huh. They talked to this Mrs. Westerly?
Yeah, I got a description. Everything matches all along the line.
Yeah, well, what's the lead?
Well, this Mrs. Westerly watched the man when he left her house.
Yeah.
He got in a taxi cab. 10:30 a.m. While Sergeants Bryant and Ullery got out a broadcast on the suspect, Frank and I drove to the offices of the taxi cab company where we contacted the special agent. He helped us check the way bills for the preceding night. On the way bill for cab 213, we found the trip listed. Starting point, the intersection nearest the Westerly home. Destination, a hotel on South Flower Street. We went to the hotel and interviewed the desk clerk. From the description we gave him, he identified the man as Fred G. Norris from Minneapolis. At least that's the way he'd signed the hotel register. The clerk told us that Norris wasn't in. We had him show us his room. In his suitcases, we found quantities of dime store costume jewelry, monogrammed, 24 cheap wristwatches and wallets and handbags done in poor quality imitation leather. Also a portable engraving set. The clerk told us Norris was expected back shortly. We told him to say nothing to the suspect when he arrived. We waited in the room. We called the office to let him know where we were. 1 p.m. Still no sign of Norris. Let it ring.
Think it's Norris?
Could be. Call him to see if the room's clear.
Yeah. Persistent, huh?
No. Guess they gave up. I'll check to see who it was. Yeah. That call was for us, was it? No, this is 214. You just let us in a little while ago, remember? Yeah, that's right. This is Sergeant Friday. You remember you had the pass key? That's right, yeah. Who was that call? Yeah, fine. No, you did exactly right. Yeah, that's right. Well, I'll tell you why we didn't answer it on our way out, huh? All right, fine. Yeah, bye.
Norris?
No, it was the office.
Yeah.
They just picked up Norris. 2 p.m. We called the office and arranged for a stakeout at the hotel in case any of Norris's pals attempted to contact him. Then we drove back to the office. They told us Norris had been recognized from his description and picked up by Unit 1R7 on the way back to his hotel shortly before noon. Frank and I joined Sergeants Ullery and Bryant in the squad room where they'd been questioning the suspect. He looked about 40 years old, white male American, about 5 foot 8 inches tall, 160 pounds. He would admit nothing.
You're wasting our time and your own, Norris, face it. You were playing a rough game and you lost. Now, how about it?
You're gonna feel pretty silly when you find out you got the wrong guy.
We got witnesses and evidence that say you're the right guy.
You've got no evidence on me. I'm clean.
Who do you work for, Fred?
Company in the East. You wouldn't know them.
You must have a business card, some kind of identification from the company.
Well, I haven't. They don't give us any.
You expect us to swallow that?
I don't expect you to swallow anything. You can do what you want about investigating me. You haven't a thing to hold me on. Why not just stick me up and let's get it over with?
Now, let's stop kidding, Fred. You've been in the con game so long you can't talk straight even when you want to.
I got 2 suitcases of goods in my hotel room. If you think you can make me on that, you can go ahead.
We got more than that, Norris. We got the people you swindled. They'll tab you. How about it? You want to do it the hard way? Joe?
There's no use wasting any more time with them. You got that list of victims?
Yeah. The ones with the check marks are the ones that tabbed Norris.
Thanks. Hello, is Miss Bergstrom there, please? This is Sergeant Friday, Miss Bergstrom, Bunko Division. Yes, we picked up a suspect. We'd like to see if you can identify him. Yes, that's right. Would it be all right if we sent a car out for you now? All right, fine. Fine. Thank you. Mrs. Westerly? Ms. Westerly, this is Sergeant Friday, Bunko Division. Yes, ma'am, that's right. Yes. We've got a suspect down here. We'd like to see if you can identify him. Could you come down if we sent a car out for you? Fine. Thank you very much, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Goodbye. Mr. Hanson? No, that's all right. I'll hang on. This is the Los Angeles Police Department.
Can't sit here all day.
Quiet, he's on the phone.
Hello, Mr. Hanson? Well, this is Sergeant Friday, Bunko Division. Yes, sir, that's right. Police Department? How are you, sir? Fine, thank you. Say, Mr. Hanson, we have a suspect in custody down here. No, I say we have a suspect in custody down here. Wondering if you could come down to identify him. Yes, that's right. Yeah, that watch deal. Yes, sir. Could you make it down here if we sent a car out for you right away? Good. Fine. Thank you very much, sir. Right, we'll see you then. Right. Hello. Hello, is Miss Cronin there, please? This is Sergeant Friday calling, Miss Cronin. Bunko Division? That's right, Los Angeles Police Department. Sorry to disturb you, but we have a suspect in custody down here. Yeah.
Hey, Sergeant.
Yes, ma'am, that's right.
Sergeant?
Would you hold on a minute, please?
Put down the phone.
Yeah.
You've got me.
2:58 p.m. We informed the victims that the special show-up had been canceled. Then we called in a stenographer and had her take Fred Norris's statement. In addition to listing the crimes he committed, he also told us there were 6 men in the Bunko gang besides himself. He gave us the names and descriptions of each one of them. He stated that they'd been operating in Los Angeles for the past 4 months. Norris said none of them had ever met the leader of the Bunko gang. The only contact they had with the leader was through one of the older gang members, a man by the name of Wesley Fisher. Before Norris was taken to the main jail for booking, he gave us the address of the apartment where he had been living with the other gang members. Norris's information on the suspects was checked through R&I. We got one mate, Wesley Fisher. He had one prior arrest 2 years before on a grand theft charge, but had been released for lack of evidence. 3:15 p.m. Together with Sergeants Ullery and Bryant and 2 men from Metro Squad, we drove out to the address given us by Fred Norris. It was a large apartment development in the Hollywood area. Oh, Bryant and Ullery ought to be around back by now.
Yeah, they've had plenty of time. I'll try it again.
Did you want to see the people that live there?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you want to check the garbage disposal? I've got a key. I'm Mrs. Callahan, the manager.
No, ma'am, we want to talk to the tenants.
I'm afraid you're a little late.
What?
They just moved out, bag and baggage.
Wednesday, December 15th, 4 p.m. We made a thorough check of the apartment house, which the 6 suspects had just vacated. We found nothing that would help us. We talked to the manager of the building where the suspects had been living. She told us that they had rented the place furnished about 3 months before. She identified Wesley Fisher's mugshot, but she told us that he had used the name of Charles Wilder. She also identified each of the other gang members from the descriptions Fred Norris had given us. She told us that while they were living there, the men seemed to keep odd hours and that they had a car. She told us that she had taken the license number of the car the day the men moved in. The The license number was checked with DMV. It was registered in the name of Wesley Fisher, 1008 California Street, a transient hotel. The manager told us Fisher had moved about 9 months before. There was no forwarding address. We got out an all-points bulletin on Wesley Fisher and his automobile, requesting that all occupants of the car be held for investigation of grand theft. Thursday, December 16th, 8 a.m. Frank and I checked into the office.
Well, from what Norris said, we know they brought most of the junk they're selling with them from the Middle West.
Yeah, it looks like they were using that hotel room Norris had for a warehouse. I guess they didn't want to keep this stuff in the place where they were living.
You figure there's any way we can set up stakeouts?
No, not unless we cover every name in the obituary column.
The way it's going, we might have to try it. We've got to come up with something. Look at these. 2 more this morning, straight out of the obituary column.
Yeah, it took one family for $90. The other one here for $60. That last run through the stats office help any?
Got a couple of possibles for us. They pulled some more mugs for us. Gonna show them to the victims this morning.
What do you think about Norris? You think he's come up with everything?
I don't know, Joe. Bryant and Ullery talked to him yesterday at the main jail. He didn't have anything new.
I talked to the sheriff's bunco detail. They got one new case. Same M.O. Description comes close to one of the guys. The victim was the father of a Navy flyer lost overseas. They sold him a watch chain his son was supposed to have bought him for a present. Solid brass.
I got anything new on it?
No, they haven't been able to come up with anything either. I got it. Bunco Division, Friday. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Judd. Uh-huh. Yeah, we can be there. Yeah, you bet. Be right there.
Judd Scanlon?
Yeah. He wants to know if the name Wesley Fisher means anything to us.
Well, I don't know what it's worth, but my brother Max called me up this morning. You remember Max, don't you?
No, I don't think so.
Well, he's a night bartender at the Parrot, you know, and last night he spotted a couple of guys at the bar. They had a couple of day-old newspapers.
Uh-huh.
They were sitting there with the papers turned to the obituary column. They were checking off names and writing down addresses. Max is sharp that way. He spotted them right off.
Does Max know these two men he spotted?
No, not by name. But he knew that one of them lived in the hotel next door to the bar. When the hotel night clerk came in for a beer, Max asked him about it. He tagged one of the guys as Wesley Fisher.
Did he have anything on the other man?
No, the clerk told Max he doesn't live at the hotel. But he spends a lot of time there with Fisher.
Uh-huh. Could you give us your brother's home address, Judd? We don't want to contact him at that bar.
Sure thing. He just moved.
Oh, I see.
I don't know. Hope I didn't get you guys out here for nothing.
Appreciate it, Judd. It looks good.
Seems to fit. That hotel down there. It's a hangout for con men. The angles are all there.
Let's hope Fisher is. 8:53 a.m. We arrived at the hotel on South Main Street. We checked with the desk clerk who told us that Wesley Fisher had room 37. As far as he knew, Fisher was in his room. We got a pass key from the clerk, went up to room 37 where we found Fisher and another man. He identified himself as Raymond Wilson, one of the gang members identified by Fred Norris. We also found a small supply of cheap watches and pen and pencil sets. We found Fisher's car. It was impounded. We took both suspects back to the city hall. We questioned them separately in the squad room. Wilson was first, but he refused to answer our questions. He was taken outside, and Wesley Fisher was brought in.
Sit down, Fisher. Thank you.
Well, I guess you know why you're here.
I haven't the least idea.
All right, then we'll tell you. Do you know a Fred Norris?
Fred Norris. Name sounds a little familiar. Can't quite place it.
He places you pretty well. He says he worked with you and Wilson up until a couple of days ago.
That's so?
That's right. He says he lived with you in that apartment out in Hollywood.
That's so. Norris, Hollywood. When was that? 2 days ago, Fisher. Your landlady identified your mug. She even had the license number of your car. Well, what's it prove, gentlemen? It proves you're lying. You and Wilson worked together. You did work with Norris. You're part of one of the filthiest rackets going. Gentlemen, you're making a bad mistake.
No, there's no mistake, Fisher. Your picture's been identified by at least a half a dozen victims. Now, you can go on playing coy all you want, but we can prove that the pen and pencil sets you sold some of the victims are identical with the ones we found in your car and the ones we got in your room.
I haven't any idea what you're talking about. Believe me, that's the truth.
You wouldn't know the truth if it followed you, mister. Now, you look. Maybe you're great at conning old men and young girls, but don't try to pass any of it here.
Now, just a minute, please.
No, you listen, you two-bit thief. I couldn't begin to tell you off for the rotten things you've been pulling off in this town for the past 3 months. That young girl who lost her boyfriend overseas, that widow out in Hollywood, the old man in Highland Park whose wife passed away. You must have felt real sharp cheating them out of a few bucks. Maybe you don't remember, but we do and they do, and you're going to pay for them, mister. You're going to pay good.
Are you all through?
I'm through, Fisher. You're just beginning.
I have nothing further to say, gentlemen. You can talk to my lawyer.
Yeah, we'll give him your new address.
Yes?
Main jail. Suspects Wesley Fisher and Raymond Wilson were booked and transported to the main jail. Both of them were positively identified by the victims. Warrants were obtained for the three suspects, Norris, Fisher, and Wilson. They were arraigned and held to answer at the preliminary hearing on several counts of grand theft. During the next 2 weeks and through the Christmas holidays, identical complaints of bunco operations continued to come in. Friends and relatives of lately deceased persons were still being victimized. The gang's operations continued as usual. There was only one change. The crime report showed that a woman was now operating in the obituary racket, along with the male suspects. Christmas came and went. On New Year's Eve, Frank and I were assigned to standby duty. A few minutes before 8 p.m., we got a call from the main jail that Wesley Fisher wanted to see us. We went to the second floor of the main jail, the interview room.
All right, what's on your mind, Fisher?
A lot. I'm getting a dirty deal. I'm going to do something about it.
Well, what's the trouble?
I was supposed to be bailed out. She promised me. I was supposed to have a lawyer. I had the public defender.
Who's she?
I'm not going to take all the heat. They're in just as deep as I am. If they can't do right by me, I'll square it up myself. I'll tell you everything I know.
Go ahead. What is it?
Her name's Betty McGraw. She's the one you've been looking for. She planned it out. The whole idea was hers. She got everybody together. It was her show.
Where'll we find her?
213 Foster, apartment 8.
Wesley Fisher gave us a complete statement of all of his crimes and also implicated the other members. He told us Betty McGraw was his girlfriend. She'd come up with the idea for the obituary racket. She gathered the men together for the job, and it had been planned that she was to stay in the background. In case of trouble, she would furnish aid to the gang members in the form of bail bond money and lawyers. She received a percentage of the take from each of the gang members. We checked her through R&I and found that she had a record. We checked out the address on the package and found that she'd gone to a New Year's Eve celebration at a downtown hotel. It was 11:57 when we got to the hotel. We identified ourselves to the special officer and showed him the mugshot of Betty McGraw. He thought he'd seen her at the bar. We started looking.
Get through here.
We're looking for a Betty McGraw.
What do you want with her?
All right, now come on, lady, sober up. Is your name Betty McGraw?
Yeah, I'm Betty McGraw, but I don't know you. Who are you anyway?
Police officers. We'd like to talk to you outside.
Outside? I'm staying in here. This is where the party is, right here.
All right, come on, lady, outside.
Is there a bar outside? I didn't know there was a bar outside.
Come on, lady, let's go.
I don't know you at all. I'm not going. I'm not going with you. This is New Year's Eve. Don't you know that? New Year's Eve, and it's almost 12 o'clock. Happy New Year! Happy New Year!
No use trying to get through all this.
Yeah, we'll have to wait.
Yeah?
What's the matter?
I don't know why, but I always cry on New Year's Eve. No reason. I just cry.
Yeah?
Every year. New Year's Eve, midnight comes, I cry. Got no reason for it.
Is that right?
I cry. I just cry. Never did have any reason for it.
You're gonna have one this year, lady.
On March 28th, trial was held in Department 93, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial. The suspect was tried and convicted on 14 counts of grand theft. The remaining members of the bunco gang were apprehended, tried, and convicted on the same charges and received like sentences. Grand theft is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for not less than 1 nor more than 10 years.
Do you know Ziegfeld?
No. Oh, I don't want to. I understand he's a horrible person.
Horrible?
Yes, they say he's a terrible ladies' man. But I suppose that's forgivable. He's surrounded by so many beautiful women.
Oh, yeah.
Flo! Why do you do that when I'm trying to say nice things to you, hmm? Besides, you are a very bad maid. But I love you. Why didn't you make me a great star?
Because I couldn't depend on you as I could.
Yes. Well, all right. Depend on her now. Go on, star her. Do anything you like with her. I hate you.
As a matter of fact, it should fit you very well.
Never mind the sales talk. Just tell me the price. I don't want to buy it, but I'll give you $50 for it, and not a cent more.
Miss Bryce, the coat's yours.
Stuck again.
that side. What about that tank? You may be able to take care of it. front grenade.
She must have gotten out. Let's move out of here.
That does it, Ted. Let's get back to the rocket ship.
Too bad you lost that ray gun. You'll have a tough time getting another one now.
We haven't a chance of getting one. We couldn't possibly attack their city with any of our weapons.
That isn't the worst of it. They've already tracked us halfway to this ship, so they know about where we are. It's only a question of time until they find us.
One blast from that ray gun will pop this ship like a toy balloon.
Maybe we better get back to Earth.
I think so. We've accomplished the most important part of our mission. We discovered that Reddick is planning to lead an invasion from the moon as soon as the saboteurs finish softening up our defenses. And it's up to us to get that information back to Earth. How soon can we take off?
Well, I've got to build up the pressure in all the tanks and warm up the jets. Maybe a couple hours.
Then get started. I'll fly out and scout around until you're ready.
Scout 7 reporting to headquarters. Scout 7 reporting to headquarters.
Come in.
I found the Earthman's rocket ship, Your Excellency. It's in a canyon, only about a mile west where our scout car was attacked.
Splendid. I'll send another car out after it at once. Stay there and keep watch.
Yes, sir.
Ship. I took care of him, but I'm afraid he'd already reported us. How much longer before we can take off? One of those tanks is headed this way. How about it, Hank?
I won't guarantee the results, but we can try. Here goes, all jets. Looks like we may make it.
If we get out of range of their ray gun in time.
Turn off that induction valve! Check the other compartments.
Right. Well, that one barely reached us. Looks like we're in the clear. Things are sort of messed up in there, but nothing serious. Okay, Hank. You can start for the Earth now. Make a 180-degree turn.
Right, Commando. Homeward bound. patrol car reported that the spaceship has escaped.
Ship must not be allowed to land on Earth. Ready to Krog. Ready to Krog.
Come in, Reddick.
Commando Cody's rocket ship has escaped and is headed back to Earth. He has all the information about our planned invasion and must not be allowed to tell it to the authorities. Will you have a ray gun completed by the time he lands?
I'm afraid that is impossible, Your Excellency.
And use a bomb or any other weapon available. That ship must be destroyed before anyone can get out of it.
Yes, Your Excellency. You heard the orders?
Yeah, but it might not be that easy. There may be guards at the landing field.
Nevertheless, you will carry out instructions. I will furnish you with a bomb. You can devise some means for placing it under the ship the moment it lands.
How do we know when they'll get here?
I'll pick up their approach on my radar, so you can be in position when they land.
We figured. Yes. We've got to blast them. Then plant the bomb before anyone can get out of the ship. Here she comes.
Going in for a landing.
Calling landing field. Calling landing field.
Landing field to rocket. Come in.
We're coming down. Is the field clear?
Yes, sir. We're all ready for you.
All right, Hank. Make your 180-degree turn.
You take the one on the right. Make it now. Let's get out of here.
They're taking off in a car. I'll grant them. You guard the ship.
Step on it.
mustn't judge St. Anthony's by the standard of other colleges. I'm willing to take a chance on it.
Well, the trouble with us, Father, is that I'm a sensitive man and you're a gambler.
Yes, and there's plenty of romance along the way. And lots of laughter, too, when John Wayne takes over the worries of a college that's long on problems, but short on cash. Charles Coburn is the very nice old headmaster, about to lose everything but his sense of humor. Along comes Donna Reed, a beautiful cop who has arresting eyes, but who needs a squeeze instead of a pinch. And adorable Sherry Jackson, who tries to make the big man live up to a little girl's ideals. And coming your way, too, is the warmth and wonder of a heart-cheering story about men who placed their faith in a man who had almost lost his.
Now, I'm sure with a little faith, all of our other difficulties will disappear. Now, won't you help us?
Gentlemen, for a moment, let's dispense with the rosy glasses of childish optimism and look at this thing calmly. You flipped your lids.
I've told you that we're giving you an absolutely free hand.
Then you'd better shake it, because I'm leaving right now. Go boat riding with lonesome sailors. Get out on the town. Let life rub up against you, and then maybe some man will do this to you. It's what you wanted, isn't it?
What made you believe that you could save St. Anthony's by destroying the very things it stands for?
Father, I've been through this so many times, it's like old home week. Let's just call it quits. I want you to know this, Father. I'm not ashamed of anything I've done.
Our little Charlotte with her good deeds. Her haven for destitute children. 20 children to hide one child. His child. That's what hurts you. And if Joe finds out later, after you're married, it tortures you to think what I was to Clem. And still have a good marriage, doesn't it? You must tell Joe. He's a Ralston. He'd never forgive me. I'd lose him. Better lose him than deceive a decent man into a respectable marriage, a man you don't even love. Oh, Delia, listen to me. I do love Joe. Oh, I'll make him a good wife. He'll never be sorry he married me. You're going to tell him? I can't, Delia. Then I will. Delia. Shocked you?
No.
I should save my kisses for my husband. Nice girls, too. She can't marry you. She can't marry anyone now. Don't you know what happens to you means more to me than anything?
You must. I'm not worth it, Charlotte.
I think you are. He loved me. He might have let me keep Tina. But you lied to make sure I wouldn't have him, didn't you? He wanted to see me since. But I refused because I was so ashamed. You're so wicked.
This is Los Angeles. Our Lady, the Queen of the Angels, as the Spaniards named her, the fastest growing city in the nation. It's been called a bunch of suburbs in search of a city, and it's been called the glamour capital of the world. A mecca for tourists, a stopover for transients, a target for gangsters, a haven for those fleeing from winter, a home for the hard-working. It is a city holding the hopes and dreams of over 2 million people. It sprawls out horizontally over 452 square miles of valleys and upland, of foothills and beaches. Because of that vast area, and because of a population made up of people from every state in the Union, Los Angeles is the largest police beat in the country, and one of the toughest. We're going to take you into the City Hall where police headquarters are located. Here in communications are the ears and voice of the police. The lights on the complaint board flash 24 hours a day. Citizens reporting a prowler, a lost child, a man molesting a woman, an auto accident, a wild party. Spend an hour or two here and you will think the whole city has gone berserk. Minute by minute, the orders go out to the radio cars in the far-flung divisions. Watts and Wilshire and West Los Angeles. Hollywood and Hollenbeck Heights in North Hollywood. The work of the police, like that of woman, is never done. This is the case history of a killer, taken from the files of the Detective Division. The facts are told here as they happen. The story properly starts here in Hollywood Division headquarters at 1 o'clock of a June morning last year. Officer Robert Rawlins had finished his tour of duty and signed out. It had been a tough day. He'd be glad to get home. His wife would be waiting up for him, as she always did.
Hey, fella. Come here. What were you doing back at that radio shop?
Just looking. I was on my way home.
Live around here?
Yeah, a couple blocks down.
Let me see some identification.
Sure. Yeah, I guess I forgot my wallet.
Look, lad, I've got to see some identification.
How about my Army discharge? I got it right here.
Police Department, Operator 27.
I want to report the shooting of a policeman.
Hold on, please. Give me that again, please.
I'm calling to report the shooting of a policeman.
What's the address?
5057 State Street, just west of Santa Monica.
Just a minute.
Receiving hospital. Operator 2.
Operator 27, 5057 State Street, 5057 State Street. An officer has been shot. Send an ambulance.
All units in the vicinity of State Street and Santa Monica Boulevard. Proceed at once to 5057 State Street, 5057 State Street. An officer shot. Code 3.
To Control 1.
Control 1 to 80K. Go ahead.
This is Breen. Instruct homicide to throw out a Dragnet and pick up all suspicious characters in the area of the shooting. Also notify Sergeants Marty Brennan and Chuck Jones to report to me at the scene of the crime.
Control 1 to 80K. Roger.
I see. Well, what have you got so far?
Well, not much, Captain Breen. A couple of cartridge cases.
Oh, Marty, Chuck. Hi, Cap. Eyewitnesses? Who was first on the scene, reported it?
I was. I live here. I'm a light sleeper, but my hearing is good. And my
Did
cat...
the officer say anything before he collapsed?
Yeah, he gave a description of the fella.
On the shooting of the officer. Suspect is a white male American, age 26 or 7, 5 feet 10 or 11, 155 to 165 pounds, brown hair, regular features, pencil mustache. Repeat broadcast. All units.
Is that about it?
Yes, sir, exactly. And the officer kept saying, he looked like such a nice kid. He looked like such a nice kid. As if he couldn't believe what had happened to him.
I see. Is that all?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, well, anything else I can do, I'd be glad to help you.
We may call him. Get his name and address, will you, Bob? This door been checked, Lee?
Yeah, it's okay, Captain.
Find anything?
Nothing but some smudges so far. Found this in the glove compartment. I think it's nitroglycerin.
Doesn't look quite right.
Well, check it down at the lab.
Right.
Open this up, Joe.
No key, Captain.
Well, try it open.
Give me that bar, Frank.
Regular arsenal.
Yeah, get a load of that. What is it?
I don't know. It looks like some kind of an electrical device. United States Navy. It's either stolen or war surplus. Send all this stuff down to the lab and check the serial number on that Navy equipment.
Yes, sir.
Captain Breen.
We found these in the weeds over by the radio store.
What do you got?
A pair of cloth gloves, Captain.
Well, he thought of everything, didn't he? All right, give them to one of the technicians.
Yes, sir.
Marty, you and Chuck come along with me. Let's go downtown and see what they picked up in the Dragnet.
Right.
You know him, Marty?
Yeah. I know his wife, too. Ever since high school. Captain, I wish you'd let Chuck and me handle this case.
All right. I don't want any dead heroes. I just want the man who shot Rawlins.
The suspects began to arrive at headquarters in droves. The police tossed every motel and hotel and many private homes in a 4-square-mile area around the scene of the shooting. Every available radio car and patrolman and detective was out on the Dragnet. The strings were being drawn tighter and tighter. Many a man returning from a date or a late party or a poker game surprisingly found himself in a squad car, its siren screaming as it brought him to the detective bureau. The Dragnet gathered in some strange fish, and many ordinary ones. All the rest of that night, the detectives probed, needled, questioned, quizzed. Everything was checked. Fingerprints, names, addresses, stories. Every fish in the net was examined. Most of them thrown back into the sea, not worth keeping. Except a few parole violators and slightly shady characters whose stories needed a lot of verifying.
I wasn't prowling no cars. Just taking a walk, you know, getting in condition.
You were running when the radio car picked you up.
Yeah? Maybe that's why the guys call me Punchy.
He's got a point there. 2 felony convictions, no warrant, no warrant. He's on parole.
Book him, violation of parole.
Let's have the next one, Joe.
What were you doing in that vacant lot?
The vacant lot. Lot? What were you doing in it at that time of night?
Niệm của mình cũng cho lo ngồi ngồi siêu nội là ngồi ấy 30 cái nền bia lúc ý lại của ngồi sinh thành nhé ngồi thành ca giờ tôi lừa đảo sang gì.
You say your name is Ralph Henderson.
So what?
Well, you know, it's a funny thing, Ralph. There's a guy around this town that's been wearing your fingerprints. Only his name is Pete Hannon.
Okay. So I'm dead. So what's one more confession in my life?
Now you're talking, Hammond. Okay, Andy.
Oh, Harry.
What have we got here?
Oh, some robbery suspects. candidates for San Quentin. Handsome here is the big shot. He runs the outfit. Have a gander at his record. Car theft, escape from reform school, robbery, assault with a deadly weapon. Not bad. Look at the heater we found on him. German Luger, fully loaded. Redhead here tried to carve up one of the arresting officers with this pretty toy.
Nice boys. By dawn, many minor wrongdoings had been uncovered, and a few incipient felonies. The checking of the suspects had been thorough, painstaking, and tedious. But all the work was for nothing. The man who had shot Officer Rollins was not among them. He remained no more than a description, a shadow of a man, mysterious, elusive, deadly, hidden away somewhere in the vast city. As for Rollins himself, he couldn't help. He was in a coma at receiving hospital. Mrs. Rollins waited out the long, tense hours while her husband fought to live. Many another officer's wife had so waited. Many another will. The word came shortly after sunup.
Oh. A white male American, 26 or 7, 5 feet 10 or 11, 155 to 165 pounds, brown hair, regular features, pencil mustache.
This was no frightened fugitive. What went on in his mind? Why had he set his hand against his fellow men, taken the life of another, of a stranger, of a man who was merely doing his duty? He must have some plan, some goal that called for sudden death to anyone who got in his way.
Good morning, boys.
Morning, Lee. Hi, Professor.
Well, I thought this was safe cracker soup. You gonna drink it, I hope? I'm really a nice guy. Stick around. I'll prove it. Come over here. Hold this for me, will you, Chuck? Thank you. Now, if you'll hand me that hammer, Marty. Thank you. Yeah. Nitroglycerin.
I didn't ask for a collection of fingers, just fingerprints.
All those nice fingerprints on the car belong to the man it was stolen from, Cap.
Nothing on the guns or picklocks?
Not even an interesting smudge.
The gloves. Common type, worn by undertakers. I'll check on them. They won't show anything.
What did your scientific test show?
A couple of little things. Tool identification on these picklocks. I got one under the scope. You want to take a look?
Yeah.
Take a look.
I see. Well, it seems to tie the tool up with the lock. If that microscope could only tell us who did it.
I'm working on that.
No, only an amateur would carry that liquid dynamite in a car.
This boy's no amateur. Took the precaution of desensitizing it so it'll take normal shock.
Took a lot of other precautions, too. No fingerprints, no identification, nothing definite.
Except to the scientific. Knows electricity. Is inventive.
Yeah. I'm happy on the trigger.
This is Captain Breen. Get me Captain Stevens a burglary, will you? I hate to disappoint you, Lee, but I think you've come up with something. Hello, Steve? How are you? Did your daughter's marriage come off all right? Good. Look, Steve, on those burglaries of electrical equipment lately, were there any where pick locks were used to gain entry? Good. Well, let me know if there's another report of one, will you? I've got an idea the Rawlins killer may be tied in with those. Fine. And give my regards to the newlyweds, too. So long, Steve. Well, what are you waiting for? You've got a job, haven't you? Get going.
Yeah, let's go, Junior. Hold this for me, will you, Lee?
Thanks.
And so, with no fingerprints and only a vague description to go by, Sergeant Brennan turned to the modus operandi file. A criminal, like any human being, has his own habit patterns, unconscious traits that can lead to his downfall.
Well, they are, Junior. List of burglars who use pick locks for entry.
Oh, great. This narrows it down to just a couple of hundred suspects in this area.
Give me a match, will you? That may not be so bad. This guy's improved on the system. Maybe he's left his trademark on some other job.
Well, here we go, legging it all over town, asking a million questions.
What you paid for, isn't it?
Am I paid to associate with you, too, Junior?
You could do worse.
Not this year. Come on.
Car 12, car 12, in the 10,000 block on Mississippi. A 394-15 disturbance. Car 80K, code 1. All units, on the broadcast of the suspect arrested in the shooting of Patrolman Rawlins. Cancel the cancellation. Suspect released from custody.
Oh, hello, Mr. Martin. You find Mr. Reeves in the machine shop.
Hello, Roy. Glad to see you. How are you, Mr. Reeves? Fine. I was hoping you'd drop in. I wanted to thank you for showing us how to handle that repair job. Helped a lot.
Oh, what have we got this time? A sewer grab. Well, there are plenty of these around, Roy.
Not like this one.
Yes, I see. I suppose, as usual, you've added your own improvements. You know, it seems wrong that a man of your talents should bother consigning equipment for rental. I'd like to see you devote yourself entirely to experimental electronics.
It'll come one day. I'll have a place like this.
Well, why wait? I've got a pretty good setup here. You'd have modern equipment to work with, a lab, and my confidence.
Thanks, Mr. Reeves. I have other plans.
But, Roy, you can't tell where it'll lead. Might even work your way around to a percentage of the business.
I like it this way. You just rent out my equipment.
All right. All right. But if you should change your mind.
I'm not likely to change my mind.
I suppose you want me to set this up for rental, too.
Mr. Reeves, you've already got 5 pieces of my equipment.
You'd like to know what results I've had from the rental so far, Well, I can't say as I blame you. I think you'll find this satisfactory.
Satisfactory. Goodbye, Mr. Reeves.
You'll come back again soon, won't you?
Sure.
Oh, incidentally, how's that television projector coming along? The one you said would reflect a 12-foot image.
Still working on it.
I just wanted you to know I've already set up a rental on it. In fact, I think they'd like to buy.
It'll come pretty high.
Oh, money is no consideration with this customer.
Tell him he can pick it up tomorrow.
I thought you said it wasn't finished yet.
It'll be finished. It uses an image fixer and then projects by ordinary incandescent.
Roy, this is the best television projector I've ever seen.
Let's hope that your customer thinks so.
He will. Yes? Send him right in, Charlotte. There, you see, our customer is here, begging for the privilege of buying.
Better be running along. I'm not much good at business.
Oh, but Roy, he'll want to congratulate you.
Just see that the price is right.
All right, Roy. I'll get you a good deal. So long.
See you.
Well, Mr. Dunning, come in. Isn't it a beauty?
It's a beauty, all right.
You like it?
I certainly do like it. You see, it's mine.
What do you mean?
Let me have the police. I built it. Spent years on it.
Oh, you must be crazy. Roy built this machine himself.
Your friend's a crook, Paul. You've been taken in. Hello? Give me the burglary detail.
Dear Jim, regarding your inquiry on a .38 caliber Smith & Wesson revolver, oh, come in, boys. Burglary detail just sent this report through. It's a man named Dunning reports tracing a stolen television projector to the Reeves Electronics Lab.
Think it's a tie with the Rawlins case?
Well, take a look at this fellow Reeves and see what gives. I'll notify burglary we're following up on it.
Right. Come on, Junior.
What else did he place with you for rental?
Oh, a number of things. All war surplus that he bought on his veterans rating.
Oh, is this more of his equipment?
Yes. Yes, he left it here on consignment. I'm sure that Roy can explain everything.
Well, maybe he can, Mr. Reeves, if you'll tell us where he lives.
But I don't know.
Mr. Martin's on the phone, sir.
I'd better talk to him.
I think so, Mr. Reeves.
I'll take it in the superintendent's office.
Tell him that you sold the set, and his money's waiting for him here. Find out what time he's coming by.
Put Mr. Martin on. Hello, Roy? Yes, I've sold it. Your money is waiting here for you. Yes, I'll be working late tonight. What time will you be by?
First thing in the morning.
Well, maybe you better come in tonight, Roy. A couple of things I want cleared up.
Like what?
Oh, technical things. Besides, I don't like to leave the money in the plant overnight.
How about 8:30?
Fine. I'll see you then. I'll leave the front door unlocked. be here at 8:30. Well, I'll just run along home and get some dinner.
We'd like you to stay too, Mr. Reeves.
Why?
For company. You want to cooperate, don't you, Mr. Reeves?
Certainly.
Good. Now, you just wait in your office. We'll be around.
Very well. This way, gentlemen.
Reeves.
That you, Roy?
Go outside and block that alley door.
Where are you, Roy?
Who's in here?
No one. I'm alone. Come on in. I've got your money for it.
Bring it out here.
All right. Just a minute.
No. None of them even looks like Roy Martin. He had such a fine face.
Didn't keep you from carrying a gun. Or didn't you know that?
No, I didn't. I told you all I know, all he ever told me.
What about his friends? Didn't he have a girl?
No, I don't think so. He had no interest in anything but electronics.
Where did he pick up the subject?
Books, magazines. Mostly from the Signal Corps. He was attached to a radar unit.
Get a teletype off to the War Department. That might help. Yes?
Ready on your call to receiving hospital, Captain Breen.
Hello, this is Captain Breen. What is the latest report on Sergeant Jones? I see. Well, let me know if there's any change, will you? Thanks. Chuck's in pretty bad shape, Marty. He's paralyzed. May never walk again.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's funny that Martin showed up at 7 when he told you he wouldn't be there till 8:30.
I don't know why. Except he was always unpredictable.
I'll tell you why. Because you warned him. That's why he came early. That's why he came in the back way.
But you heard me tell him the front door would be open.
And the key to let him in the back way?
He must have had one made.
Why don't you tell us the truth?
Marty. Now, look, Paul. You can make it a lot easier for us to believe your story if you'll just give us some facts. Something that might help us.
I told you all I know. I've been gullible, all right, letting him make a fool of me. But I'd do anything to make up for what he did to Detective Jones.
Sure you would. You can go now.
Oh, thanks. Thanks. My friends, they can vouch for my character.
That's good. We'll call you if we need you. Thank you very much. I think he's telling the truth, Marty. I think he's just gullible, like he said.
What about the stolen stuff he was trying to peddle for Martin?
We'll use it for bait. Maybe Martin will come back for it. Then we can ask him. Here. Nevertheless, I want a 24-hour tail put on Reeves, and I want a watch on his home and his factory.
Right.
You can keep those.
Okay, Captain.
And now the killer changed his tactics, his modus operandi. It would baffle the police. They always expected burglars to remain burglars, not go in for stick-ups. They never tie this up with him. So wearing a variety of disguises, coming and going like a shadow, ready to kill if cornered, he struck the bottle stores in a one-man blitz that had the robbery detail dizzy. The killer, always resourceful, always thinking along lines that would baffle his hunters, had discovered an ideal avenue of escape. Under Los Angeles is a vast and intricate system of huge storm drains built to siphon off the flash floods of the rainy season. Many of the tunnels are large enough for 2 cars to drive abreast. Here were 700 miles of hidden highways, ideal for the use of someone who needed to hurry from place to place without being seen. Ideal as a hiding place for guns and supplies in case of emergency.
What is it, Lee?
Well, the reason I asked you to come over is I think I've hit on something.
An identification?
No, not quite, but a tie-up. Now, these are the shells from the gun that killed Rawlins. These were fired in the liquor store holdup in which the bandit got away. And these were fired at Chuck. Now, as you know, Every ejector, even in guns of the same model and caliber, is different. Each one leaves its own markings on the cartridge casing. Now look at these fine striations. This deep gouge. The same on all three.
In other words, the man who killed Rawlins and the man who shot at Jones and Brennan, the stick-up who's blitzing the liquor stores are all the same man.
Right.
All we need to know is what that man looks like. Get me Chandler and robbery, will you? I've got an idea about that. Also, it'll give us a chance to see if Reeves is on the level with us. Steve, Breen, about those blitz holdups you're on. Round up all the victims and have them down here tonight, will you? Oh, it's just a little scheme. Thanks, Steve.
That's good. I'll sketch another one of the same type, only this time thin it out a little, huh?
All right.
Hi, Lee. How's it coming? We ready for tonight? We'll be ready. Think it'll work? It should. Where'd you get the idea? From a kidnapping case in Chicago. I thought these slides might be an improvement over the method they used. Could be. Captain thinks so.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. May I have your attention for a moment, please? You've all been asked to sit in on a little experiment tonight. We're going to try to build a picture of a face. A face of a man who's cunning, resourceful, and deadly. He's a man who killed a police officer. Now, some of you he held up at the point of a gun. You may have seen his face, remembered something about it. And we want you to tell us exactly what you remembered. Whether it's his hair, eyes, nose, or mouth. And we're going to try to put those pieces together so that they add up into a picture of the face of the man we want. Now, you can see how we're depending on you. Lights? Now, first, we're going to concentrate on the type of hair our man had. And if the picture looks anything like his hair, I want you to speak right up. All right, the first slide, Lee.
His hair had waves in it, well-groomed.
That's the idea, Miss Smith. Is that any closer?
No, it was parted on the side. Oh, that's more like it, except it was thicker. Oh, that's very close.
Yes, that's the way his forehead looked. It was broad and high.
All right, hold that slide. Now, the next series of slides will take into account his eyes.
Oh, 1 minute, please. Wait, 1 minute. His eyes were a little like that. Maybe a little smaller, like beads.
Go on, Lee.
Now you've got it.
Now, hold that slide, Lee. Anyone else?
That looks like him, only a little madder.
He had a patch over one eye when he come into my place of business. I remember noticing that the one showing was blue.
Well, the guy that stuck me up had on horn-rimmed glasses.
He was wearing a Band-Aid across his nose when he knocked me over.
Uh-huh. All right, hold that, Lee. Well, so much for the eyes. Go ahead.
Señor Capitán.
Yes, Miss Montalvo?
Ay, ¿cómo se dice en inglés?
A sus órdenes, señorita.
Ah, qué bien. En este bandido, la nariz fue chata, como aquella, pero un poco más chata y más ancha.
Like that, Captain, but more snub, wider.
Try another one, Lee.
Como aquella, casi la misma.
She says that's about it.
Thank you very much, Miss Montalvo. Get Reeves. Any more comments?
That's pretty close, all right. Pretty close.
Perfect. All right, now we'll start on the mouth and chin. The next series lead.
I think his lower lip stuck out more.
The mouth was thin and mean, like it never laughed.
Go ahead.
Something like that, but thicker lips. There. That's it. That's him.
All right, now hold that right there, Lee. Oh, come in, Mr. Reeves.
Good evening, Captain.
Did you ever see that face before?
Why, it's Roy. Except for the hair being a little lighter and the eyebrows heavier. It's Roy.
You're sure?
I'm positive I'd know him anywhere.
Lee, I want to retouch the photograph. Now lighten the hair and give more body to the eyebrows.
Right.
Lights. That's all. Thank you very much. You've been a great help.
It's positively amazing how you found out what he looks like.
Well, we're looking for an amazing criminal, Mrs. Johnson. Thank you and good night.
Good night, Captain.
And so the face of the unknown killer, built up from fragments of evidence, was sent out all over the country. To chiefs of police, to sheriffs, to county constables and county jailers, to the wardens of prisons, to all postmasters and postal inspectors, to the agents of the Treasury Department, to the FBI. They showed that picture to the inmates of jails and prisons, to men with a wide acquaintance among the cat burglars and the violence boys. Informers and con men and sharpshooters were quizzed, those on the fringe of crime and those deep in the rackets. Many wanted to help. Nobody could. No one in the underworld recognized that mysterious face. He was as unknown as if he had lived in the 16th century.
Reeves. Roy.
Listen carefully, Reeves. Control yourself. I know you're alone in the house. Act like you're alone. Cops are watching every move you make.
Police here?
I got you staked out like a muskrat hide, watching you around the clock. Here at your plant, tailing your car. Sit in that chair. Pick up 3 books. Don't look up and don't answer to me. All right. So glance at the book. Pick one of them. Okay. Now, that's the book you want to read before you go to bed. Now, Get up and turn off the lamp. Come here. Come here. Go in the den.
Pull those drapes back.
Now get away from him. What do the cops know about me?
Not very much, Roy. No fingerprints. They haven't even got a picture of you. They're trying to make one.
How much cash you got in the house?
None. I never keep any cash in the house. It isn't good business.
Suppose you think it was good business letting me walk into that trap.
No, I know. Don't do anything you'll regret. Now listen to me. It isn't too late. Give yourself up. Come to your senses before you kill someone else.
What do you mean, someone else? What do you mean?
Nothing. There's two officers. They said one of them might die.
He's still alive, isn't he? Reeves? I never thought you'd stooge for the police. You almost got me killed.
Look, Roy, you know the police are right outside. You'd never get away with it. That's right. Now you're being sensible.
I know there's money here.
What is it? Don't worry. I'll get it.
It's not enough. Stuff you've got in mind is worth thousands.
I'll get more.
Get it. Keep it handy. I'll be back next week and next month. But get it and have it ready.
Just give me time. Oh! Look, I don't want policemen outside my house following me around. That's what made Roy suspicious. I'm leaving in the morning.
I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, Paul. Unfortunately, you're our bait.
I won't do it. I've done enough.
Look, no one's done enough until we find this killer. I asked you to keep a sharp lookout on this house, Marty.
I did. Two of the best undercover men in the department were assigned here.
That didn't keep Martin from getting in. What's the matter? You tired? You got any idea how long you've been on this case, Marty?
Months. Long enough to have come up with something by this time.
You know any more about the Rawlins killer than you knew the first week?
Yeah. It is about the toughest nut I've ever had to crack.
That's what I told the chief when he called me in this afternoon and wanted to know why the case hadn't been broken.
Look, Captain. Rollins was a friend of mine. So's Chuck. I've got a bigger stake in this than the chief knows. I'm doing everything I can.
I'm afraid it's not enough, Marty. Maybe you're too close to it to see it clearly. Maybe it needs a fresh team, a new viewpoint. I think you've got to take a couple of weeks off, Marty. Starting tomorrow.
Anything you say, Captain.
Hiya, Marty. Hi, Chuck. Meet Miss Scanlon, my new bodyguard. He's the one I've been telling you about.
Oh, you mean the one with the steel trap brain? How do you do?
Hello. Has this guy been behaving?
After a fashion.
See, she takes me out in my go-kart, puts me to bed, wakes me up, dresses me.
You're perfectly capable of dressing yourself now, Mr. Jones. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Well, how's it been going, Junior? Oh, pretty good, Chuck, pretty good. Is that why you're off the case? How'd you know? Breen was in to see me this morning. Oh. Suppose he also told you they put a new team on the case. He told me everything. Yeah. Let's see what his new boys dig up. Well, maybe they'll examine the facts of the case a little more carefully. What facts? That our man's sharp, that he's intelligent and works alone, that he has no record, never leaves a fingerprint and knows every move we make. Sure, plenty of facts, only they add up to nothing. Sure, forget it. You got yourself a 10-day vacation. Go on down to the beach, get a suntan. By the time you get back, the case will be broken. Isn't that what you want? You know better than that. All I know is what I hear. You sit there batting your gums about how the old man let you down. Maybe he's trying to wake you up. He's got a funny way of showing it. There you go, flying off the handle. Always taking things for granted. I wish I could get up and boot some sense into you. He knew what this case meant to me. He still does. That's why he's trying to get you mad enough to do something about it. You don't really figure that's his idea, do you? I know it is. Ah, it's a tough case, Chuck. Not an angle, nothing to go on. You'd know what I meant if you were out working with me. I have been working with you. That's all I've had to do lately, just sit around studying what little facts we have, trying to figure out who he might be. You know the kind of a guy we're up against, then. I tell you, Chuck, this guy's a genius the way he operates. As if he were right there with us every time he go out after a lead. Oh, sure. Breen's been tipping him off just to make you look bad. Yeah, almost like that. Well, he beats us to the punch every time. There's your angle. You just hit it on the head, but you don't see it. Look, start at him. 1, he's unknown to the underworld. 2, he beats you to the punch, right? And 3, it's almost as if he were with you. Isn't that what you said? Yes. Well, tie that up with a lot of other little things, like the fact that he uses a police gun and the accuracy of the shooting. Anybody could buy a police gun, and the Army could have taught him how to shoot. Yeah, but who taught him how the police operate? Oh, I know what you're driving at, Chuck, but a cop. Those things happen. Yeah. Now, if I were still in the case, I'd start with our own department first, then Santa Monica, Culver City, Burbank, Pasadena. See you later, Junior. Hey, don't let him out of your sight, beautiful. It's the first time in years he's used his head.
Could you get a print of every mug we take? We always send L.A. a copy, Sergeant.
It's personnel photos I want.
You mean of our boys?
That's Roland's killer, isn't it?
That's right.
You've checked your own department.
We did that first.
And so the tedious quest went on. Sergeant Brennan wore out his shoes and his patience, going from police station to police station, checking photos until his eyes were blurry. For police work is not all glamour and excitement and glory. There are days and days of routine, of tedious probing, of tireless searching, fruitless days, days when nothing goes right, when it seems as if no one could ever think his way through the maze of baffling trails of criminal leads. But the answer to that is persistence, and the hope that sooner or later something will turn up, some tiny lead that can grow into a warm trail and point to the cracking of a tough case.
Well, that does it, boys. Can't say I'm sorry you didn't find him in here. I'd hate to think it was a cop.
Doesn't seem to be anybody. Just a lot of pieces of a face that never existed.
Would you mind if I see that again?
Sure, frame it. Put it on your dresser.
Wait a minute. He wasn't a cop. He was a radio technician right here in our dispatch office.
What did you say?
I'm saying he worked here in 42.
Well, come on, give.
I remember the kid well. He was sort of strange, never bothered with anyone in the department, just kept to himself. But he was in line for promotion when he was drafted.
Where was he living at the time? I don't remember.
Try the dead files.
He never asked for his job back after the war. I remember writing to him about it, though. He was an excellent worker. Oh, yeah, here we are. Yeah, this is it. Took a while before he answered, but like he says in the letter, he wasn't interested.
Postmarked Hollywood. No return address.
What do you want us to do? All the work?
Oh, thanks a lot, Freddie.
You remember, he was a civilian employee.
Well, how about it? Anybody recognize him?
Not on my route.
I never saw him before. Okay, fellas, thanks very much.
I thought for a minute... He had that face. I wondered.
Yeah?
Well, this may not mean anything, but he looks like a guy that's on my route. He never gets any mail, but I see him around there all the time. He lives in one of the courts.
Where?
Come on, I'll show you.
It's not that easy. What time does your route take you past those courts?
About 9 o'clock. Why?
Just thinking. You got any chocolate milk? Sure have, buddy. Yeah.
Thanks.
Which apartment?
Straight on back. Second in the L. Number 7.
Right. Kind of warm today, huh?
Oh, it's not too bad for this time of the year.
Good morning.
Morning.
You're new in the route, aren't you?
We had substitute.
What happened to the other fellow?
Sick.
Oh, what's the matter with him?
I don't know.
I catch everything. Hear about it on the radio, and next morning I got it.
Too bad.
You aren't very social. The regular fellow always stops and talks to you.
Sorry, Letty, I'm a little late this morning.
I was hoping maybe you could help me. There's something very funny going on in this court.
Yeah?
I was scared to go to the police with it. I thought maybe I might be poisoned.
What?
Yeah. By the manager. She's a witch.
She's a what?
A witch. She puts poison in my milk.
Oh, I see. Look, you switch the bottles when she isn't looking, see? Drink our milk. Then you'll be safe, right? I had a little accident. Got a mop, I'll clean it up.
Leave it be. I'll clean it up myself.
Okay, mister. The place is called Bellevue Court. I drew this from memory, but it's pretty close. That's where he's hiding out, right there.
You sure he's our man, Marty?
Captain, I couldn't go wrong on that face. He's our man.
Now, there are 5 cottages in this area, and 2, number 6 and 7, in the L at the end of the row. Our man lives in number 7. This building department plan will show you the whole layout. It's bounded on 3 sides by Fuller, Santa Monica, and Poinsettia. Now, the court is partly surrounded by a high wall. Green, homicide. Good. You keep your eyes open until we get there. Morgan has just gone into his bungalow alone. Any questions? All right, you all have your instructions. Let's go. We're out on time. Wait 5 minutes. Go around and block the side entrance. Keep your lights off. He's loose. I want a radio car in a hurry.
All units in the vicinity of Santa Monica and Fuller. The murder suspect in the Rawlins killing is at large.
I want a map covering the storm drain system in this area. Get it? Meet me at Venice and Garfield. Jones, Miller, you stay here in case he comes up for air. I want a man at every other drain entrance along this line. Gotta come up somewhere. Come on, Marty. You're driving. Keep this drain covered. It's liable to pop out anywhere.
Why Venice and Garfield, Captain?
It's the main intersection of the system. We can head him off that way. ADK to Control 1. Clear frequency 7. This is an emergency.
Control 1 to all cars on frequency 7. Stand by. Control 1 to ADK. Go ahead.
Notify homicide. Send the following to Venice and Garfield. 4 squads, battle lanterns, gas mask, tear gas. Urgent. This is a code 3.
Control 1 to ADK. Roger.
Probably head down this main drain to where it comes out at the Rio Hondo. Now, you take your squad and cover that exit.
Right.
Keep all spare radio cars cruising back and forth along this main street. Watch the curb inlet. We'll go in here.
Any sign of him? No. And we've searched every foot between here and the Rio Hondo outlet.
And he must be up ahead.
That's done.